Hello to anyone watching. Today I'll hopefully be solving the challenge I failed to solve yesterday. Luckily, I have, through reading a Reddit post, found what I believe to be an edge case that I missed, which should let me figure out what was wrong with my solution in day 5. The interesting edge case is 9 to 21, which... just a second. Yes. This edge case right here. It's supposed to only add one value, or it's supposed to add 2 to the total, bringing it from 14 to 16, I believe. One at the start and one at the end. However, it does not. It's supposed to bring us to 16, but it only brings to 15, which means the algorithm is incorrect. Because this basically is supposed to be split in, like, everything between 9 and 21 is already covered. The way I've written this, it doesn't account for that properly. So the question is, how do I get it to work correctly? That's what I'm going to try and figure out today. Okay, let's see where to start. Step 1 of fixing the problem, find out what my code from yesterday was even doing. So I just tried doing it lazily by counting everything between the ranges. So here we start with 9 to 21. Should be able to just add a bunch of conditions here. Should be... right, for each range I'm supposed to check if... just to test what it's doing now. Lower is 9 and higher equals 21. Let's see what it is doing in this situation. Okay, first check. 921. 9 is not bigger than 5, so... 21 is not less than that, so that doesn't get triggered. Another range. Okay. 9 is also not bigger than this. 21 is not less than that, so that gets skipped. This is supposed to exclude numbers already. I think that should have been handled later. Give it here. 14 is bigger than 9. 14 is less than 21 as well. Now that's incorrect. I see what's wrong. That is annoying. That is another case to consider. The question is, how do I get this code to work then? These checks are then wrong. So this was supposed to be a check for only having an overrun on... This was supposed to be a check for having an underrun, like, yeah, overlap on the lower side. Thing is, there isn't. There's an overlap between them. Should be able to check for that though. Question is, how do I do this nicely? Ideally, if I find out that the range, what I'm checking now, is entirely contained, not even entirely in one. I want to make sure that I think I might be running both of these actually. I'm supposed to have that condition there. Still be running that condition. Yes, mismatch through chain, whatever. There's also no, it doesn't. Because it's else if. Now he's then probably wrong as well. So this is wrong in multiple ways. It's annoying. Again, I'm not sure if I want to keep doing it by just checking every existing range, but because again, this is just difficult to work with. Again, I already tried checking every number, but that's just way too much. So, don't want to throw a solution out, but at the same time, I don't know if I can rewrite this nicely. Don't hate this idea. Ideally, I don't want to change any of the values in here because that can create all sorts of annoying issues. So, how would I do it then? I think I just want to reconsider these. So this just checks if this check range is entirely different. So in this case, it's going to skip completely. Okay, so things to consider here. A range might cut out parts of a number. So really, this range might be split multiple times, which is annoying. So I can't just keep track of 2 bounds, I might need to do more. Because some of these splits might basically break this up into multiple parts. So I need more ranges. I want to keep track of more numbers at least. Question is, how do I want to do that? If we get here, there is some overlap somewhere. If I can check if the overlap is only on one side, it's fairly easy to work with. But if the overlap is on both sides, it's also doable. You can do it in parts. Or there's an overlap in the middle, which means it needs to be split into basically two ranges. I think that last specific condition I forgot to check. First, I want to I think the easiest might be to check that in between part first. But I think order might matter here, but I can work that out later. Let's just do it in 2 steps, or in 3 steps. Okay, so how do I check for that? So that means the highest parts cuts into the highest part of that goes into the lower part of what I'm counting. There is some overlap there. Does the lower bound matter in this case? I don't think it does even. This could be the easiest check. The question is, how do I want to split this up? So really, if I split this up into two parts, because if the lower part of the check range is bigger than here's the important part. If the lower part of this range is higher than this, that means there are still values left over, and this is what I failed to consider last time around. If I combine these two, so I know for sure that cuts off. I can just cleanly cut off the lower side. I don't wanna. I think actually I'm going to do this as a nested check. If not, then now this part is tricky. This top condition is relatively easy. I can just increase the lower bound. For this one, I basically just split into multiples. So how do I do that? How do I want to do this? Now it gets kind of difficult. Because I want to keep this in a vec so I can somewhat easily split it out. But now I need to be careful because I need to loop over them more often. Thing is, I also need to loop over it while potentially adding to it, which is annoying. Yeah, how do I want to do this then? So I need to make sure every range that's in here is checked. Can I do that in here? I will rename these for clarity. Check lower and check higher. Because this terminology might help. That can be in count ranges. Because now I'll potentially need to do this for multiple ones. This was... This will completely disjoint. Still the same. This might actually be a good place to pop instead, because I don't think I can actually mutate count ranges at this point. How do I want to do this? Now it might be trickier. Because here I would need to increase check lower normally. It is easiest if I instead... Technically I could try repeating these checks continuously, but I shouldn't have to. Each of these only need to be counted once, even if the range splits. Just need to make sure I can consider all of these. Instead, if I clone this at the start, then I can remove from it for these iterations. And doing that means that I can potentially add multiple back in for the next check I do here. That works, I think. Clone count ranges. Clear that out. And then for each of these, if I do something normal like this, okay, this doesn't say much. Because now I might, if all of them, like if there's absolutely no overlap, I do need to add it back in at the end. That's only if that counts for all of these. All of these. Yeah, that's kind of annoying. That probably is kind of ugly, but it works if I just use flag. Yeah. How do I want to do that? Because I might want to add it, but that's from outer loop. How do I nicely do that? Unless I do want to keep this sorted. Trying to find a good way to solve this now, because I don't like this mini nested loop structure here. Because I might have to add each of these count ranges back in. If there's no overlap. Actually, no. If there is no overlap, then we do need to consider for the next check here. So I can't just always... Why am I so bad at thinking this through? If we can't clone instead. This can just go right back in. That ends it. So in this case, the entire lower range is cut off. There are two possibilities here. Either it cuts off part of the range, which means I could do another check inside of here, which I don't really want to do. Actually, I could do that with a different check here. If I do a good check here, I can make sure that anything completely removing this range will already be taken care of. Because if check lower is less than or equal to count lower, and check higher is greater than or equal to count higher, the check so this I continue with check, because yes, he doesn't know. Means I can continue. Means I don't need to add anything back in for this count range. Might apply to others, so yeah, this means I can just fully throw it out. And I don't need to add anything back. If this happens at the start, then this will be empty. Which means it'll be done very quickly. Good. Let's continue here, but if... Yes, that is correct. Because if this was the only range in... If this was the only range in count ranges... If it was the only range in here, then this will terminate and go to the next... Actually, I can do an extra check here. if it's empty, I can continue outer. Because, yeah, if it's empty, there's no need to keep checking this stuff. So I can move on to the next one. Alright, good. Now I don't need to worry about the range being completely enveloped. I just need to worry about this cutting off part of a lower part of the range. Which means the lower bound goes up. So here the new lower bound will be count lower plus 1. Count range can get new lower, count higher. So this is a range that can only cover the lower part. Can't cover the higher parts either. So here I need to split the range in two because, yes. Oh god, the brackets are getting too deep. I might be nesting a little bit too deep for my comfort. I might want to break this out at some point. At least break it into a separate function, but at this point, if it works, it will fine. So here, the lower part of the range will be count lower to here. Check lower is bigger, so I can safely do check lower -1. Don't want to include it again. Combine that up. Yes, that will be lower, and then the higher parts will be since we know it doesn't fully envelop, I can at least get this to be, I think that's correct actually. Yes. Should be able to replace it with that has now split it into two. So overlap on the low side. Now I need to do this again, but checking for the high side. Also because of this, I can just... Because of this, I know that I won't be... I can just make it else ifs instead. In this case, it means check lower must be less than equal to count higher. So this means there's overlap on the high side. Again, I need to check if... Similarly, check high... For this one, okay, so this means that it's lower bound. Don't say, is that correct? I don't think that's correct actually. Oh, it is, because that checks for the complete case. If the check's higher range is bigger than the range I'm counting, so this cuts off the top part, which means is that correct? It won't be count higher. That seems correct actually. You know, check higher is. Wait a second. Hold on. I think I'm doing this wrong here. This needs to be its higher side. Careful there. This means it's lower. So the new top needs to be the lower side of that, -1. Now we can do push with, no, count lower, new higher. That's not, bleh. And finally there's a case of wait, is this ever even possible? Wouldn't this be caught here already? Okay, this should be caught here already, but just in case I'm implementing it anyways. Just in case. Here I want... There's an overrun at... Wait, does that work correctly? Okay, so here we have lower bound, high range. Okay, let me check. Does that ever even happen? Here we have the higher range is bigger than my lower, and my lower is bigger than their lower. So check, count. Oh wait. Check is bigger than that. I need to visualize this. Oh no. So we know that there is overlap. It's not complete. So the check's higher bound is somewhere in our count section. It's higher bound somewhere in the count section, and then it's lower bound. It could be either below our section or in it. I'll be doing the same here basically. In this case, its lower bound is in our section. If its higher bound is above, then I'm basically checking the same thing. So this should still be fine actually. Yeah, this is still the same. I don't think this code will ever run because it should already be caught here. But I'm leaving it in just in case. think that is now every case. As we know, the proof is in the pudding. So after this whole mess of ranges, then I can consume, I guess, but this I might as well do by ref. Really doesn't matter at this point. So now for each of these, I can add non-fresh ideas. I can add H minus L plus 1. Counter between, I can push this should work now in theory. See if I'm right though. Or it can crash. That is also subtract with over. Oh dear. Oh boy, where am I subtracting? That is right. I think I can do a check here where I can just skip this range outright. That fix it? No, it does not. There are still a subtract with overflow somewhere. The question is just where is subtract with overflow? How does that happen? How does lower end up above? I am pushing something wrong. I could be laziness included here, but I probably made a mistake here somewhere. This is correct. What if I just run it like this? Okay, so the lower part should be cut off. Where? Okay, so I'm dealing with 12 to 18. I'm checking 10 to 14. Now that's a problem, isn't it? Oh, wait, that is correct. It should find that it should now be 15 to 18. Which it is, that's correct. Next step, okay. Oh, checking. not even managed to count those. Cool. Counts between is... Where to check those? Cool. But now I am checking. Trying to count between 15 and 18. I'm dealing with 16 to 20, which doesn't need to slice. That's not true. That's not true, is it? $20 is higher than the... This is wrong. Its higher side is bigger than this. But its lower bound is above our lower bound. Ah, there is the issue. I might just want to filter these out first. I think that is simpler if I just cut these out immediately. This condition will disappear. Here I want to check if it's contained. This is easier. So this should be 4 checks, right? So I need to make sure that that count lower is strictly less than check lower, and I need to make sure that you get count lower, check higher, count higher. We already have check lower is less than count lower, so I don't need to. Check lower is less than check higher, so I don't need to check that. Then I just need to check if check higher is strictly less than count lower. This can only happen if it's between. So here I need to push twice. So I need to put... This will work. And then... Here, I need to make sure I take check higher +1 to count higher. Does this work? No, it doesn't. Still subtract with overflow. I'm going to bet it's in the exact same spot somehow. Again, how do you end up with lower 21, higher 18? Fetch is that? It's not. Again, let's just check all the. Let's check all the places where it pushes. See where I messed it up. I don't suspect this to be an issue. And this one doesn't modify the ranges at all. So I'm doing with 12 to 18, so I think this might be the one, but somehow lower ends up as 21. Am I doing this correctly? This should update lower to 15, which it sure does. Next one is checking is 16 to 20, which it's not cutting off the lower part, so why does it go here? It should be here. Okay, why does it still detect here? So its higher bound is because its higher bound is higher than my lower bound, which is always going to be true. I'm doing that check wrong, aren't I? So at this point we already know the range does overlap somewhere. It doesn't fully cover this, so one of the bounds is going to not even. It doesn't split it in half. So we know that either top bound, I might need to rewrite these checks. At this point, if the top, there's an overlap on the lower parts, might as well be clever here. So at this point, all we know is that there's going to be some overlap where one of the two bounds is in between. Actually, this is quite easy to check. If our higher bound is in between, that's where I go wrong. If so, here, if the lower bound is no, wait, I need to check for my ranges if count lower is less than check lower and count higher less than or equal to count check higher. That means we're cutting off the top of the range. Else, if count low, if otherwise the lower part of the range is going to be below, so here we need to check if check lower is this is checking if the no, wait. This may be equal, but this one needs to be strictly less because we're cutting the lower part off. This means the higher bound of that range lies somewhere in ours. That is correct. And for this one... Oh, that's quick. I didn't see it just now. I was just too focused trying to work this out. I think I have it now, though. Let's see. Here I need to make sure that its lower bound lies between my lower and higher. So count lower is strictly less than check lower. Count higher is less than equal to check higher. Hopefully it works this time. Well, it's wrong, but it doesn't crash, which is interesting. Because with this, it should test input. It finds 13. It doesn't find this part correctly though, so it means I probably insert wrong. The question is why. Okay, let's see what I end up adding. So okay, here just for each range I do this part. Okay, let's see what's wrong here. It doesn't need to go from 3 to 5. Correct. Next loop through. Full range is full thing is lower and higher. 10 to 14 can only be completely counted. Correct. Then we're going between 60 and 20, which is once again completely uncovered. Thus far it's correct. Okay, it doesn't get it on the other ones. Why is that? Means there must be something here that shouldn't be here. Okay, let's see. Don't need to end up there. Why are you breaking there? Count range is not empty, so this part is correct. Why does it keep going there though? Ah, now we're getting somewhere. I think that's supposed to be for here. Its line numbers are just wrong. Yeah. False. Yeah, the checkpoints are wrong. Okay, question is why? I can just add some e-prints, I think. Oh. I think that's correct. Split by, okay. Then here I can have. Let's see if this works. That's correct. That's correct. That's correct. That's correct. Well, that could be interesting. Okay, so on the no overlap case. Continue this range, but if there's nothing to continue, like the top. So why? Why isn't 12 to 18 compared to more things? So yeah, this range should be now we're getting somewhere. Let's say here. Now we're getting somewhere. That's correct. That is correct. That is counted. I think that's the problem when it finds the range with no over. Question is, how does that work? This is not pushed correctly here. Okay, let's see. Oh, there we go. Colluded. Why wasn't that picked up? There might be the problems. Nothing quite like print debugging. 12 to 18 should have been in this bucket. This is just wrong. Here I need to check differently. So check lower is less than equal count lower. Also, higher range is less than here. Cutting the top off means that count lower is less than check slow range, but this is less than equal to. Did that fix it? That fails. Why? No more weirdness. Okay. That's correct. That is correct. Question is why though? $14, that's wrong. I think that might be the problem. Ceiling drop part is wrong. That is wrong. The new one should be count, it should be check lower. It's correct. No, it's not. 921, 10, 14 is still wrong. Because it's still not adding that one. But I'm getting somewhere at least. This is just gonna remain very messy. So why did that happen? This should have been caught by this. Count is lower than the check. Well, that would be why. Too many things to keep track of. Ta-da! I'm just gonna leave all the ePrint ones in, just in case. Now that it's working, I wonder if I can actually have it run on proper data and see if that works. Probably don't want to do all that. I think that's different from what I had last time. Let's hope it's correct. If not, I'm gonna start feeling pretty hopeless. Holy! After God knows how many hours. I freaking did it. Well then. This commit's gonna feel pretty good. Alright, for the very professional commit messages. that one's getting sent up. I think with that, I'm going to take a quick break before I continue on day 6, because I can do that now. Yeah. Anyways, I'll be back in just a little bit. Alright, I'm back. Let's get to day 6, finally. Man, I've been looking forward to saying that. Again, I've not actually looked at the challenges yet for yesterday or today, but I have downloaded the inputs, so don't need to worry about that part anymore. One thing I can say is that I don't like what that input looks like. I have a feeling that's going to be a bit of a pain to parse. Well, let's see what day 6 is all about then. Trash compactor. After helping the elves in the kitchen, you're taking a break and helping them reenact a movie scene where you over-enthusiastically jump into the garbage chute. Oh dear. A brief while later, you find yourself in a garbage smasher. Unfortunately, the door has been magnetically sealed. Another highlight reference here that I don't know what it is. As you try to find a way out, you are approached by a family of cephalopods. They are pretty sure they can get the door open, but it will take some time. Oh wait, they're curious if you can help the youngest cephalopod with their math homework. That is a link. I don't know where it goes and don't want to click on it. Because in OBS I can't see where it links to. Cephalopod math doesn't look that different from normal math. The math worksheet, that's the input, contains a list of problems. It has to be added or multiplied. Oh god, it's horizontal. Okay, let's see, how do I deal with that? Bottom of the problem is simple for the operation. Separate a full column of spaces. Alright. Left, right can be ignored, that is nice. That isn't too bad. That isn't so bad, actually. Question is it always the same number of digits? It is. That is nice. And it always starts with a number at the start of a line. That is very nice. That makes it fairly easy to work with, actually. Yeah. So the lines always start with a digit. That is very nice. Because this makes it fairly easy to parse. And then it's just the operations. Then I can just assert that parsing these into an array all will be the same length. This is going to be either plus or an asterisk. Okay, let's get started. Don't like unwrap, expect. Can I type? Apparently not. Let's parse inputs dot expect parse input. All right, it's going to be some result type string. The data is going to be a bit. It is fixed size, but I could. Do I want a hard code in number? I could technically hard code in that it's 4 because I know that it is. Do I really want to? Ah, screw it, efficiency isn't that important. I can just do a vec of u. Hell. Just make u64s. And technically, let's make it. Let's do it properly. Operator. Nope. Can I type? Apparently not. apply function to add self. Nice, because I can just do self. Add would be a plus b times b. Which, look at that, as simple as it could ever possibly be. Alright. Also, it's going to be a whole bunch of these. How do I want to do this nicely? This really should be a list of these. Could technically make the parsing easier. And what? No, I won't. I'll do it properly. Or will I? Do a boxed slice of boxed slices of U64, and knowing that there will only ever be is that correct? That needs to be a tuple because I'll also have a equal length boxed slice of operators. All right. Now this should make things fairly easy. Number rows. I'm just gonna make it mute. Okay, so for each line, I mean, this is always true, so just unexpected. If it's an ASCII digit, that means the whole line is digits, so I can just extend number rows with no, because it's going to be vector boxes. At the end I can return alright. Line dot split white space. Map. And I can do U64 from store. I can map air. That's just only sort of push. Rockson, okay, it'll work. Can't infer, but I can say like collect into a results. And now I can infer. If not, then extend operators with actually I could just let me make it easy for myself. Match S. Alright, that looks about correct. So now I can do something nice. I said not. Probably because I have to. Can't collect because what I can do is instead of saying vec new, I can do this correctly. Two string at once. String from shouldn't this also be proper formatting on? Doesn't work because of that. That works, that works. Let's go. So just in case I can have some checks in. Sort of equal. Just a little safety check. Because I can just factor that. It won't recheck anyways. Compilers are smart. Okay, so that should be the parsing part done. Why do you need type annotations? As simple as it can be. Please. Apparently it's not so smart. Box, slice, operator. Happy now? Happy now. Alright. So it compiles the wrong day. Sebon, does it compile? It does. Okay. Okay, now I should be able to do something nice. Okay. Do I want to do this simply with some for loops, or... we all know I'm just going to do it with iterators instead. I think they call the grand sum the problem, right? Not to call it the grand total. I'll just keep the same name. Zip with numbers? Thought. I can fold here. Simple fold is enough. And it will be 0u64. Or alternatively, we could just map sum. Operator args instead. Can reduce you with, I believe, works? No, it doesn't. Does it work without deref? No, it doesn't. Probably because I need to do the individual ones. Yes. I might be able to. Why doesn't that work? Oh, that's why. Let's see. Does that work? No, it does not. Probably because I need to specify this as U64. None, but that never happens. Why is that? Why can't it just... Should be able to just point where you want to be, right? Why does reduce expect? Because references. If I dereference, that fixes it, I think. Sure does, but it doesn't let me. That works? I think it does. That doesn't. Can't just forcibly dereference all of them, so. I think that works. Almost. Now that might be a problem. How big are these numbers? Why is that? That should be less than U64 max. Oh boy, why is... So if U64s aren't enough, that is troubling. How did we end up there? Because that is a bit big, I think. I think I might want to... Prindlin. Fold. Yeah, there's no nice way to do that. Why does that not work? This shouldn't be too bad. To write some stuff. This shouldn't be too bad. Okay, what's the last one for a crash? Something tells me it's wrong. I'll look into this nicer. Why am I doing this like this? Collected first. Well, that would be the issue. I'm multiplying wrong, aren't I? Because I'm doing this wrong. Yeah, to make this work I need to transpose. Instead I'm just gonna do for index in this will work quite well. And for each number, so this will need to be add 0 and for multiply is 1. So just get the actually, I should just I just want a method for that, I think. That should be fine. For each. That'll do it. No more overflow, let's go. Still a pretty big number, but that's no surprise. Important question, is it correct? Sure is. Alright. Part 2. Big cephalopods come back to check on how things are going. While they see that your gruntle doesn't match what you won't expect it. Forgot how to read. Oh hell. Oh no. Am I seeing this right? Right to leftical. What the hell? Rightmost problem is 4, 4, 3, 1, 6. No. 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 Oh no. Oh, I really don't like this. Why would you do this? Oh, I do not want to solve this at all. Ew. This is gross. Oh, the parser function is gonna be so nasty for this. Oh, why? Oh, I hate this. It's gonna be the same type. Oh, I do not like this. So oh god. So I'm gonna have to write another input parse function. Oh, I'm gonna hate this so much. Okay, let's see. How do I want to do this actually? This is kind of disgusting. So instead, I will want. I mean, really, the easiest would be to start at the end of each line and just start reading column by column. That is probably the easiest. That consumes the thing. I don't mind doing that because not that many of them. collect this to a vec, I think. So that makes it much easier to work with. That's just an assertion that should be correct. It's not. So there might be white spaces filled. That might be a copying mistake by me though. I just want to make sure that it is. Assuming that's a copying mistake, because it could very well be. Let's see, is it just a copying mistake? It is good. If I can assert all lines are the same length. It shouldn't even be necessary assertion because I know it to be true for this input, but I'll include it anyways. So. Let read index equal I want to extract this out. I wonder what these asserts actually expand to. Oh boy. Quite a bit, but that's just par for the course for Rust macros. While read index equals to 0. Oh boy. Now the pain begins. Okay, let me just check something in case. Final thing still is just sum of all these. Okay, so the order doesn't matter. That helps. So now I can just let mute. Back new. Let's mute. Probably need to specify these. This will be a straight vec operator, and you'll be a vec of boxed slices Q64s. So, while the read input is done, while I'm still stuff left to read, the easiest thing here I reckon is going. Is it easiest going right to left? Yeah, you can check. If number. Just allocate another vec for convenience sake. Should be able to set this to 0 and lines minus 1. That work? It does. Here I should be able to... set return. Nice. Should probably actually make use of a return. This will be install into box slice. This will be good. That is because it's so variable size. Is there a nice way to do it in Rust? Rust boxed slice. Is there a nice way to do that? I guess I can make this a reserve exact end lines -1. What else does it take? It will be able to soon enough. In the end, I will say arguments.push. Nice. Now it picks it up as U64s. Doesn't like this? Of course it doesn't. Okay. Now that I have that. I want to go through lines. Okay. If I'm iterating through each. So here, if it's not a space, also explains the weird formatting. If it's not a space, then I can increase this. Actually, this is probably easiest to do as I want to do this differently. I want to get the operator first. stuff. Cars. I don't want to use next because I was going to reread it a lot. I think instead I'm just going to like that car, that is better. Click this into box slice. Practically speaking, this can be a box slice too. So now I want to deal with this, I can just index into it. That's nicer. So for this, I can set it to instead of from stir, I can this one's gonna be mapping cars is nicer here because I'm dealing with cars anyways. No, that doesn't work because I might not know what the operator is yet. Oh, that is annoying. Oh wait, I don't need the operator yet. Instead, just always at 0. Not read IX, no. I can just pre-create a vec for each line. Say for I'm gonna once again just do IDX. It's going to be at this index. To it. works. Args index. Done this before, I can just build a number from parts. Where to call that? Digit. So that will that needs to be outside of this, I think. Oh damn, how do I? Ooh. It's not loud either, is it? Oh boy. This wouldn't work anyways. This can work. I think I know what to do here. Well, last line has lots of space. So long as I haven't found an operator. I can keep pushing there. Just keep reading this without reference. I think I can. Okay. Stuff for each line. Decrement read index here. Keep going backwards. This will automatically ignore these splitting white spaces as well, which is nice. So now we found an operator, so is it going to be transposed from what I had before? Need to be careful here. How did I parse it here? so I'll still need. Okay, how is... Yeah, numbers is 4 long. Oh, that is a pain in the ass indeed. Which means I want to pre-allocate this, but I can't really do that. I need to pre-allocate for this one either. There should probably be... That's fine, I can leave it as is. This was easier. Part 2 is just paint to parse, isn't it? It starts off 20. Or no, it's digits, so. Annoyingly, this is just the wrong way around. Arguments is wrong. Just say text inline smash 1, then just those, so I can push a new vector in. Okay, that works. So now that doesn't work because what I need to do here is for each after digits is constructed. No, I only need to do that. I want to do here is really a box. Yeah, it's because map is shared. Is there a way to do that properly? That works correctly. That works. Subtle difference in behavior between iter and intuitor. This one consumes. Nice. I don't love that I need to do this, but it's fine. Oh yes, I guess it is. Let's check sub 1. Nice. That now actually works because it really actually just can't go negative. Also need to do this twice, unfortunately. That now works correctly. That would be... This should work, I think. I think that parses correctly, just in case. I'm going to run this with test data, which I can get from here. Let's see if this works as expected. I can extract this out into a function actually. Also, let's do those types properly. I wonder if I can technically do this. Can I easily do that? No, I can't. Oh well. I guess I'll leave this as it. That works. Okay, why doesn't that work? That works. Could reduce the zoom iterator, but I don't wanna. Okay. It would be nothing short of a miracle if this just works. No miracles today. 45 does indeed not look like a correct human input. Huh? That is surprising. It's like, how is that possible? because these are different. That's incorrect. Hold on. I think, did I pick copy the input wrong anyways? What? Oh, that could be an issue with the input, I think. Oh, the aligns are weird. How does that work? No, the aligns are correct. Oh, it's aligned only because that wasn't... Luckily, that is fairly easy to fix in the human input. That'll work. That will not work. Unequal line lengths, and that's a funny one. Okay, what are we dealing with here? Line length too short. Okay, what's wrong with lines? Because pacing failed again. I think this is just an error of pasting. Of course. Still doesn't. Why? Not being trimmed, is it? Why is it doing that? Oh no, the IDE is trimming stuff out. Oh hell. I'm just going to split it out to a file. Don't want to, but I guess I'll have to because white space, for once, is significant. I cannot touch the file in this, noted. Just to be safe. I'm going to open this in Sublime, which doesn't trim white spaces. Good. Now you'll work. Good. That is really annoying. So I just cannot ever open this file in... Also, I need to... That is annoying, so we can now... Git rollback... This needs to be untracked. Did that already? Okay. Is that correct though? That is the real question. Well, it's not. That's not great. Okay, let's find out why it's not correct though. This is gonna be a hella messy output, but it'll work. Oh, I think this might be an easy issue. Okay, what the? How is it building those numbers? That is entirely wrong. Okay, at least I know that's doing it completely wrong. I'm nowhere near. Okay. Let's see why it is so horribly wrong. How's it reading those? Reading 4. Oh boy. Let's see the issue. So first of all, it's never grabbing the last digits. That's... Also, it's building them in reverse. So it's building the numbers in reverse and not grabbing the last digits. That is an issue. Okay, I need to... I basically need to do while loop. That should work almost correctly. Now it should just be building... Still not Still not building it correctly. Not for a different reason. I want to do this before the subtraction. That works. Okay, now it's just building them in reverse. That's good. That is surprisingly easy to fix. And just do 10 times digits as U64 plus R's. Just go the other way around. Okay, now it's just wrong. Question is why? Okay, but now, well, first of all, I think that is a bug. That's correct because of this. Doesn't read a digit, it doesn't do anything. Remain the same. Does find the digits. Can't just do that. Oh, that stinks. I could be lazy. Don't really want to. Yeah, this is annoying. I'm building the digits the wrong way around. I'd go right to left. This part is annoying. This doesn't work. For this, I would now need to keep track of which digits I'm trying to do. Either I make this a vex, which is fine. Instead, I can just push digits. Said that's just wrong. Instead, what I can do is dot reverse iterate. Fold into 0. W64. I'll say. That should work. Well, not quite. We're still reading them wrong. Now it does correctly read the numbers. Because now I don't have to reverse them, I don't think. So this builds the numbers as... No, I do need to reverse them. Question is, it is still wrong. Because now it's building 64, 23, 3 and 14. So it is parsing them correctly now. That is an improvement. Here once again builds 51, 387. It's building correctly. That's the start. It's computing wrong still, which, well, let's look into why, but because I'm still building the numbers wrong, I'm just stupid. Hey. I've correctly got the input to resemble the wrong thing. Because I'm still reading as these parts. So reading 413. Should be reading 4. Oh hell. 4 should be 431, 63. Oh boy. And at least I know what I'm doing wrong. That's a good start. It's going to be in here. I need to rewrite this loop pretty badly. I'll be back in just a sec. I'm back. And as per usual with bathroom breaks, I think I figured out what's wrong. And actually this makes it, funnily enough, easier to build. And just... because I just need to build top to bottom instead. Funny enough, this is easier than I expected it to be. So now this can once again be just 0u64. Don't need this whole thing. Okay, I need to make sure I do this part right. Oh, I need to hide that. So building each number correctly, I need to make sure I push the correct thing to the correct place. I think I can... I think that's correct. Gonna assume, because... yeah. Funnily enough, I could now once again make this a box of... I was telling this to be the same length. Oh, I need to be careful here that I actually do it correctly. So I'm expecting this to be a box, the outer one, which is supposed to be one for each line. So supposed to have box, 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 where each of these is arguments. I need to have this. Ooh. Now there could be a variable number of arguments, I think. Yeah, because here there's only 2 and here there's 4. Hell. Oh, this is dangerous. Oh, I should have transposed in part 1. Ah. If only I had not been lazy and I transposed this input in part 1, this would be a lot easier. Now, instead of a box slice, I want this to be a vex. This is annoying because now we could get a variable number of these. Be very careful of pushing this correctly. Operators will check out. Because okay, how do I do this? So I might need to grow arguments as I'm building this, because there cannot be a variable number of arguments per problem. Okay. So 4. here I can build this number from going so you need to be extra careful because I could end up with what is fifth? Could end up with zeros. That's fine. This is actually easier for building reverse because I can both short circuit and compute easier. So that the range is still correct. Make sure that is. So if we go in reverse order, I can very easily. Is lines. IDX, the read index. That here. And I am just going to explicitly label each loop I break out of because that's nicer, in my opinion. Because now I can just say nice. Because now I can just build the number correctly. And I get short circuiting. Which is nice. If n lines minus 1 the last line is not equal to a white space, then break do while match here. I need to do readings check sub 1 none. I can break read. This just stops the final loop here. This breaks. I now have args as a vector. So I will need to take one from args and insert it into every one of these. So checked sub no, that's not quite what I want. If arguments dot len less than args dot len Now I can just go... Reserve exact. That works. I can... extend with... I think that works. Arguments guaranteed to be positive, I think. If I flip this, that's guaranteed to be positive. Okay, that works. I think. Yeah, sure. Now, for each... Still not satisfied. Just make fake Q64. I think just for each. Alright, that works. That works. Do I now be correct? That's a bit lower than I expected. Okay, what did I... RX is empty. That will do it, I reckon. Go figure. I never actually push number in. That would be an issue. That should probably be mute. Not quite. They should build those correctly. Not quite, but very close. Almost built them correctly, just once again the wrong way around. Because I'm going fucking... Ah. How about you don't be stupid for once? Still not gonna compile for some reason, but... Okay, why is it fighting zeros? Where is it getting oh, it's no longer skipping this, is it? Band-aid fix. Band-aid fix. Or you can just do it properly. Let's be proper 2 checked sub. Does this fix it? No more zeros, and oh, I think that's correct actually. It certainly is. I think I figured it out. Oh man. I think it was just those zeros. Probably want to get rid of those debugs. It's nice to the output a bit. I'll no longer do that to get the correct answer. Not quite. Oh hell. Okay. That's the compute function. Okay. Oh hell. Why is that not equal? Because now there might be a variable number of arguments. What do I do if it's just missing? Oh, why does that happen? That's a problem. Which means I'm inserting them wrong, I think. Because now it's expecting there to only ever be 4. Oh no. It might be 3. It might be multiple arguments. Oh no. Oh, how do I deal with that? Because the data is now wrong. Still gonna panic, but okay, why does it still fail? So that's still 4, but is that even correct? Ends up falling short. This will always have something, but if it doesn't, then because instead of always being the right number of inputs, there might be less now. Because in this, you can have like 1, 2, 3 numbers. Here it only has 2 numbers. Here it once again has 4. That's what I'm not dealing with correctly right now. Oh, that is an issue, isn't it? Now this is an issue. Okay, here I can say here I just want to push operator. Now here, instead of iterating like this, I need to extend, push this with get at IDX or unwrap or does it? Not quite. How are you still short? Because the first couple might be missing. If you know it's never going to be more than 4. Yeah, I could just do something cheeky. Do I want to be sneaky? I think I want to be sneaky. Okay, how do I want to do this nicely? Because I'm still going to miss a couple. I need this to be... for full input needs to be 4, for this needs to be 3. So I'm going, and here it'll only find 2, 2, 3. Actually no, it'll find 4. 2 inputs, 2 inputs, 4 inputs, 4 inputs. That is nasty. Now I could deal with that by when extending. Let's make new vectors. That will once again need to line up with operators though. Oh, this stinks. I can't just add new empty vectors though. Actually, I can just... I need to be clever because I need this to be... This works. Okay, so for each of them, we'll just add a vec which can see the operator. Did that work? Not quite. So now it's pushing too many of them in. There will always be one too many, which means I'm overextending. But why is that? Okay, now I get to figure out why it's overextending now. Because I've done the push one too soon. Watch it just work. Like magic. I'm feeling a bit cautious. I'm gonna run this first. Does that still compute correctly? Sure does. Does the real thing compute correctly this time? It doesn't crash this time round, which is marked improvements in my opinion. Not using IDX anymore, am I? Yep, I can make that underscore. Now for a clean output. Let's see if it's correct. It would be very nice. Oh, hell yes. That is 2 days complete. And I'll commit and push. That went surprisingly quite well. And I suppose with that, we still have time. Still have time. I'll give day 7 a swing as well, which I will probably regret very quickly. Saner me would wait for tomorrow, but not happening. I have to look at least, right? I'll take a look at the very least. Even if it's just to keep the stream title correct. Day 7 Laboratories. Thank the cephalopods for the help and extra trash compactor. Find yourself in the familiar halls of the North Pole Research Wing. Based on a large sign that says Teleporter Hub, they seem to be researching teleportation. You can't help but try it for yourself and step onto the large yellow teleporter pad. Suddenly, you find yourself in an unfamiliar room. The room has no doors. The only way out is the teleporter. Unfortunately, the teleporter seems to be leaking magic smoke. Oh boy, that's not good. Since this is a teleporter lab, there are a lot of spare parts, manuals, and diagnostic equipment lying around. After connecting one of the diagnostic tools, helpfully displays the error, "Oh no," which apparently means there's an issue with one of the tachyon manifolds. Quickly locate a diagram of the tachyon manifold, which is the input. A tachyon beam enters the manifold at location S and moves down. Okay. Always passes through a dot, but if it encounters a splitter, it is stopped. So let's just split it. Okay. So just keep splitting if you can. Okay. So they're dumping in the same place between them. Do I want to be risky? I need to count the number of times it's actually split. That without duplicating. Oh, that is kind of annoying, isn't it? I was hoping it was just count the number of beams at the end, which I would have just recreated this visualization, but no. I reckon I can still do this fairly nicely, though. Actually, let me look at the input. Splitters are always aligned, which is kind of nice, but it doesn't help necessarily. Okay. How do I want to do this? Do I want to do this yet? I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of... It sounds annoying, if I'm being honest. It shouldn't be, but... Like... How do I get this to work nicely? Once... 2, 5, 9, 9 plus. How does it count splits? Once, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 17, 18, 19. Oh, it's just... That is not as bad as I thought. That is just counting the number of splitters that actually get hit with that tachyon. So it does count duplicates. That is actually kind of nice. Because again, I can just make a nice recursive thing. It's not going to be the most efficient, but I will only have to check each line once I've parsed it. Okay. Could technically try and build something more efficient, but let's just be simple about it. I will want this to be... And once again, should probably close that. This could get tricky. I need... How do I want to represent this? I can just ignore all the lines that are all dots, can't I? I can just skip those. I can just have... How do they call it? Each thing is called a splitter, but is this called a manifold? Nice. I can just call it struct manifold with hue size. can have splitter layers is a box slice of. I mean, splitters are just simple. I could just make box slice U size. Yeah, that'll be fine. Just keep it up for convenience sake. I don't want to bother with access modifiers right now. Could technically trim it down. The width might change. I don't want to do that. Cool. Yeah. I don't even need that strictly. I don't need the width parameter at all. Just say, if I know the first line will always have the S, I can just have let mute lines equals input lines. Empty. Not parse. No, that's. I tried. So then. Find capital S. That is nice. So, for all the remaining lines, it's the wrong input. Technically, I could skip each. Could hardcode that in, but I don't think I need to. I think I'm just gonna say if a splitter layer doesn't. So that'll be a vec. Line dot indices. IDX C filter map instead. What I can do with filter map is C is equal to a caret. Keep the IDX and then work actually. Does that actually work? Carrots, I will just find its index. Don't know what to turn into though, that's fine. Okay. Does it infer it correctly now? It does not. This is funny. My IDE can figure out what the type is, but Ross can't. That's nice, because if it's empty, I can just skip. That'll work. That's the input parsed. Nice. Now the tricky part begins, actually just solving the damn problem. Actually isn't as bad. Now I just need to write another function. Extra nice, because I can... Nice. Can I do this nicely? Let's do it correctly. Freeze layer. How do I want to do this? Yeah, this should be nice. I can have this, just keep track of the beams, which just starts the start X once it reaches a splitter layer. Beams. If there's any split of the insects with the beam. So, if we've hit a splitter, then not new beams contains. This is just making sure I don't double add them. No. Yeah. Similarly, new beams. Same. Need to be careful here. I'm doing it correctly. Do that I can. And non-splits plus equal 1. That should be it. Very critical at the end of each layer. Nice. Should do it. Let me run some testing, but just in case. Be able to fetch stuff fairly easily. I'm expecting 21 or a compile error. Well, that's wrong. Just got the wrong thing. Because I got the wrong thing because I'm stupid. Give me the empty example without any of the fill-ins. Watch it just suddenly work. Not quite. Okay. So we can just say visual for now. I can just do some cheeky. Okay. keeping track of widths, that's annoying. So that works. And now for I do this as bytes. Let's mute. Cheeky. Add beam equals. Does it work? Yes, it's unsafe, but it's not really unsafe, is it? Dref, that'll work. Do what I prefer, which is this. Yes, yes, as by mute. I really don't care. Just do the thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 15. Okay, why is it splitting too many? Because I'm counting if it splits both ways. That is... Yeah, that is my fault. This is annoying. Let me just say... Same here. Prettiest? No. Does it work? Yes. Okay, ready for the big boy input. $1,082. Important question. Is it correct? Not quite. That is a shame. Question is, why isn't it correct? It's correct here. That isn't the challenge question. Why is it correct here but wrong in my main input? Unless I'm parsing it incorrectly, but I don't think I would be. Oh no. Don't see why this is wrong though. does work correctly. Was too low. That's... Let's say add carrots here. This should up it by 1. Wait, does this account for beams that already existed being merged into? Oh, it is missing beams being carried on. Oh, that is... It's not, then... It does need to be cloned. Come on. Clone, please. So why can't I just... Should literally be as easy as... Does that work? Still computes correctly, but... I hope there's something falling through here, for example. I think that's the only bug I can think of, so I'm just gonna assume that I'm right. Which is dangerous, but what's the worst that can happen, right? It's higher? What's the worst that can happen? Oh, hell yeah. Simple thing to forget. Okay, let's see. Oh no. Quantize. Oh god. Many words interpretation. Oh no. Time splits. Oh god. Oh no. So I just need to count the diff. If I read this correctly, I need to count the number of ways in which it can pass through. That's not too bad, actually. That's actually not terrible. Not as bad as it seems. I can make this work fairly easily. So what I can do is what do I call it here? Can I? Gotta be cheeky. Kind of feel like doing this recursively almost. I shouldn't. It's not too terrible to unroll it, just think this through. Recursion is tempting, but it's not needed. So. How do I want to count this nicely? I should only have to account for... Assuming at each step I count the number of paths that any given tachyon can take. Yeah, it just needs not deduplicates. That's actually surprisingly easy. It's actually very similar. Each split just adds an extra path, does it not? This game can be very similar. If it doesn't split, it doesn't add any new paths, so I don't need to count anything. If there is a splitter, which they just allow duplicates. Okay, so let's think of this correctly. This should add 2 because each split in. I need to start this one because there's always each split only adds one path. There's a path I was already going to take by going left, and then whatever it gets by going right as well. So let's first see if I got it correct with the example again. I should do this more often, actually. Do it right being the test input lined up. Type. Apparently still no. Just grab the input real quick. Which I can do from an actual browser because it's a bit nicer. Alright, there we input. Okay, so I'm expecting how many? 40. Does it do 40? It's off by a few. Well, would help not to be stupid. That looks promising. Let's see. Oh. God, how many paths is it creating? Oh God. I may have underestimated the number of paths I need. There's going to be a clever way to figure it out, and I'm just doing the brute force solution. God. Uh... Okay, first of all, that's going in the release compile because it's taking too long. Okay, how bad does it get? Oh, because I keep iterating each one of the layers every time. Why does it take so long to check? It shouldn't. Because that's the wrong thing. How long is beams? I see, it just grows very quickly. Okay, so do I know how many layers there are? Just lines -1 -2 divided by 2, so that's 104. There's 70 layers. Okay, I believe it can do this. I should not be believing, should I? The recursive would be a lot more efficient because I'm now recalculating a shitload of paths. Or memorization, I guess. I really shouldn't be brute forcing this. But at the same time, I don't feel like implementing memorization at the moment. Which is the correct thing to do. You know what? I am actually quite fine leaving that for tomorrow. God, this really is, once again, Advent of Code proving that part 1 is proving that you can solve the problem. Part 2 is proving you can solve it correctly. Do. Okay, that is the comment I will leave it on. That is, I think, the correct way to phrase this. It will solve part 2 if you either have a very powerful CPU or are very patient. So what I'm going to do is I am going to leave it here for today. And tomorrow I will be back to solve both part 2 of day 7 and part 8. I know how to solve this, I just do not want to bother doing it right now, because it requires refactoring all this. I don't want to deal with it. Basically, I need to run depth first search. Basically, I want to run depth first search, but memorize the results. Which, yeah, it's not too bad. Anyways, that is a problem for tomorrow me. But, until then. See ya. Have a good rest of your day.